first ever job was at Kirstenbosch Gardens, watering plants in the nursery when I was 13. And I think I got paid 40 Rand a day or something for doing it. With a lady at the time, I think her name was Sue, who managed the nursery. And then I worked in the coffee shop for a little bit as well when I was 15. So that was still child labor, you're correct, Member Masipa. But it is a really special place, and it's known internationally. It has a very close connection to South Africans and people from other parts of the world who come here to visit. And we're privileged to have such a beautiful space, and we're also privileged to have Sanbi with us today, who are the custodians of Kirstenbosch, to also give us some guidance as to how we can take this fight forward to protect our plants. So just a couple of housekeeping rules. The bathrooms, if you're looking for them, you just walk out and on your right-hand side. And there is also Wi-Fi, although I think it's playing up a little bit. But if you'd like to connect, the Wi-Fi password is up there. Just in terms of how we are going to proceed, we will have a brief address from the Minister, and we'll then get into the presentations. After each presentation, we'll give members of the Standing Committee and the Portfolio Committee an opportunity to ask a couple of clarifying questions. And then after lunch, we'll then turn the cameras off, and unfortunately, the media will have to leave us during that time. And we can then have a closed discussion on some of the more nuanced details, because as we know, some of the conversations that we may have later on might be a little bit more sensitive in nature, and we have to ensure that we protect these plants from any type of outside scrutiny from nefarious actors. So with that, I'm going to welcome up our Minister for the Western Cape Government for Environment, Development Planning and Local Government, Minister Anton Bredell. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for welcoming us here today. Thank you also for the tour. I think all of us has learned a lot. It's always good to see and to hear from the experts. But let me start off by conveying Minister David Manier's apology for not being here. They've got an urgent cabinet meeting. And I know that the visit today would have helped him to understand the importance and the challenge he, as the new Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, will face. So I wish him all the best with his new portfolio. Colleagues, today's visit is an opportunity to firsthand see what has happened in the plants that was illegally removed from the wild, and to recognize the important work being done to give these plants a second chance. Succulent poaching is no longer a niche conservation problem. It has become a sophisticated and organized crime, environmental crime. And we, as government and as standing committees and as experts in the field, needs to work together to see how we can protect our biodiversity. Since 2018, more than 2.5 million plants, harvested succulents plants, have been seized in the Western Cape. And we all know that's only the tip of the iceberg. We all know that. Some of these species occur only on a small hill or in a small field or valley. And once they've been removed, it's not very easy to just rehabilitate them and put them back. So the work that every person in this room is busy doing is of critical importance to protect these species going forward. I'm especially worried about the Karoo area because the succulents in the Karoo is getting stripped, and it's one of the biodiversity hotspots where we can find thousands of plants that's only found in the Karoo. So the Karoo is an area, and we must also understand that in the Karoo you also struggle with poverty. And it's these syndicates then target these small communities because there's no work and they're very susceptible to get involved. And it many times get very few rand, 2 rand for a plant. These plants, they sold off for thousands of dollars overseas. So it's also important that, and it's actually ironic because just a month ago, I had this conversation with the economic development in the province department. I said to him, listen, guys, can we focus on the Karoo? We need to get an economic focus on the Karoo. What makes the Karoo tick? How do we get jobs to the Karoo so that we can give these communities something else to do than becoming a soft target for syndicates? Once these plants are recovered, we've seen today, they must be identified, documented, cared for, and then possibly rehabilitated. That's not an easy process. It's a very difficult and a very complex process. But I want to um, thank Kirsten Bosch and the management team and Sambi for the work that's gone into protecting our biodiversity. We need to ensure that the recovery of plants are not simply stored indefinitely, but that we build the science, the knowledge, and the capacity needed to determine whether and how they can be ultimately returned to the wild. We must also recognize that this crime operates across borders. That's very important. So we will need to understand how we get internationally um, the, the international community on board, international law enforcement, custom authorities, as well as destination countries. It's not going to be a simple and a quick fix, but we need to start somewhere, and that's important that we find that we make that part of the solution going forward. As government, we have a constitutional responsibility to protect our environment for present and future generations. So this is important work that you're busy doing. As the Western Cape government, we have taken a strong stance against succulent poaching, but the scale of this challenge requires sustainable political support and investment. For my sins, I'm also responsible for disaster management. I've learned in disaster management, you must just keep on building the system. You don't get everything you ask at once, but we've built a system since 2010, and today we can say we run one of the best disaster management systems on the continent. I think the same, we must keep on investing into our inspectorates, into our science, etc., so that we build the system every year. And I can commit that I will go back to Treasury and tell them what I told them when we argue for the debates on disaster management. Just don't give me nothing. Give me something to work with. And I think we need to, because we need to build a stronger biodiversity crime investigators, more scientists, more enforcement capacity, better intelligence, effective prosecuting, and meaningful consequences for the syndicates behind this trade. So that's a mouthful, but obviously if we must start somewhere and we must just keep on building going forward. And it's also importantly that we understand that we must get to the syndicates, to the core of it. And sometimes we focus on the soft targets, and this is the poor communities in the Northern Cape, in the Karoo, etc. But we will also talk to our economic sector to see how we can build those communities. Colleagues, from our side, from my side, I can tell you the success, Honourable Chairperson, of this kind of workshop will be to get, or you've managed to get the partners in the room, but to get the understanding that these partners must work together. If we work together, if we put our forces at the same focus, our focus on the same issues, then we can build a system that will benefit biodiversity in the Western Cape. Partnerships is the key to the success, and I hope that after today, and I think the theme will come through, that the success will be determined by the building of partnerships. So I wish you all the best, and I'm just grateful to being part of this fantastic team. I know the people in Cape Nature, I know their hearts, and very competent people. I know we will find solutions in this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Burdell. I'm now going to hand over to the CEO of Cape Nature and his team, Dr. Ashley Naidu. Dr. Naidu, you're welcome to present from the podium. If you'd prefer to, you can obviously also present from where you are, but we do have a clicker up on the podium for the presentation, which means you can go through the slides at will, which will make it a little bit easier. But Dr. Naidu, over to you and your team.
Thank you, Chair, over here. And I think our team presentation will be from Mr. Dion Hignett, who's Capability Manager. And he's put together some learnings across from Cape Nature and with our partners. It's just 13 or 14 slides, and then we can take some discussion after that. So thank you.
Okay. I might need some, there we go. When the minister launched into my presentation, I was both happy and sad that someone else was going to have to do it for me. I also took a quick peek at some of the presentations in our folders, and I'm afraid you're going to see the same presentation more than once today. At one stage, I actually thought that David's from Traffic's presentation was my presentation because his information and messages and solutions are the same, which again is a good and a bad thing, because if a message gets said often enough, hopefully it'll find some purchase. Chairperson and honourable members, thank you for the opportunity to brief the committee on succulent plant poaching in the Western Cape. Today I will demonstrate, what's going on here? Today I will demonstrate that one that was once regarded as a niche conservation problem has evolved into a sophisticated transnational environmental crime that threatens globally unique biodiversity and requires a coordinated response from conservation authorities, law enforcement agencies, prosecutors, customs officials, and international partners. Chairperson, the first message is that the scale of the problem is much larger than many people realize. Since 2018, more than 2.5 million illegally harvested plants has been seized in the Western Cape. However, Cape Nature estimates that less than 25% of the illegal trade is actually intercepted. This means that the true number of plants removed from the wild is likely far higher. 7 species and 2 subspecies of Conophytum are now considered functionally extinct in the wild. That number could be higher because as we knew at the time. It probably is higher, and I would imagine Marcus or David from Traffic is going to confirm or even increase that figure, unfortunately. This is no longer isolated collecting by enthusiasts, as it was in the past. It's organized environmental crime, targeting entire plant populations. The numbers we see are only a fraction of the true damage occurring on the ground. You could ask, why is this so important? It's just, succulents. It's not rhinos, it's not elephants. The succulent clue is a globally important biodiversity hotspot, one of only 2 arid biodiversities on the planet. There are more than 6,000 plant species that occur here, with many found nowhere else in the world. Some species occur only on a single hill, valley, or quartz field. And I've said that statement a few times. I'm deviating from my presentation now. But there's a plant that I once encountered in the Aggeneys area called the Burgess onion, where its population was literally the size of a tennis court. No other plants of that species occurred in that small patch of quartz felt that I was walking on in the world. And it was literally, this room was bigger than that entire population of that species' distribution. And that was a quartz field. Many of these plants evolved over millions of years and may take decades to reach maturity. Once they're removed from the wild, they cannot simply be replanted and replaced. When these species disappear, South Africa and the world lose them forever. Once they're gone, they ain't coming back. This crisis extends far beyond conservation. It's simultaneously a biodiversity issue, an organized crime issue, an economic issue, a law enforcement issue, a constitutional obligation, and an ecological emergency. International trafficking networks are increasingly involved, and the impact affects not only biodiversity, but also South Africa's natural heritage and future economic opportunities linked to nature tourism and conservation. This should be treated with the same seriousness as other forms of organized environmental crime. It's a bit of a cliche, but to understand the problem, we must follow the money. The demand begins overseas. Criminal syndicates finance procurement, recruit harvesters, and move plants through transport networks and export them internationally. The plants are then sold online for hundreds or even thousands of dollars each. That's one small plant the size of my thumbnail for over $1,000 US. Importantly, local harvesters can often receive very little money while carrying most of the risk, if not in some cases all of the risk, because the buyers are overseas and the plants are sold online. Major profits are made by syndicates and international dealers. Key destinations include China, Taiwan, and South Korea. This is a profit-driven international crime network, not simply local harvesting. The flora crime has increased significantly over the past decade. It now constitutes more than half of Cape Nature's crime investigations. Initially, poachers focused mainly on conophyton species, but networks have diversified and are now targeting numerous endemic plants and animals, I must say. Leon, as I got up, showed me some photos of tortoises and lizards that were recently confiscated. So they don't only focus on if you're in an area and you're going to steal some plants, you might as well steal whatever else you can find there with the damage that comes with it. We are increasingly seeing entire populations removed to create scarcity and market price and increase market prices. Criminal networks adapt rapidly as species become depleted. In short, the criminal networks are evolving faster than the species can recover. This figure demonstrates both the success of enforcement and the scale of the challenge. Cases increased from 1 case in 2018 to 41 cases in 2021. Plant seizures increased dramatically over the same period. While case numbers have since declined, this does not mean that crime has disappeared. Intelligence suggests that criminal activity remains active and ongoing. Cape Nature estimates that less than 25% of the trade is actually intercepted. So in short, the decline in case numbers should not be confused with a decline in the criminal activity. There are, however, important successes that demonstrate progress. More than 2.5 million plants have been recovered through joint operations involving Cape Nature, SAPS, customs officials, prosecutors, and international partners. We have also seen stronger prosecutions and meaningful sentences. 2 examples are the 2022 Vredendal case involving DJ Human and the 2025 Springbok case involving Hanra Awis, who received 8 years of direct imprisonment following a Hawks operation. These outcomes send a strong message that biodiversity crime carries serious consequences. It also demonstrates that partnerships work and successful prosecutions are creating important deterrence. Despite successes, significant challenges remain. We are dealing with vast remote landscapes, increased international demand, sophisticated organized networks, and constrained resources. Cape Nature currently does not employ a botanist, and specialized expertise remains very limited. Rescue and rehabilitation of confiscated plants is also costly and resource intensive. Our response is to strengthen intelligence-led investigation, build specialist skills, improve cooperation with prosecutors and custom authorities, and increase public awareness. In short, the challenge isn't commitment. The challenge is capacity and resources. Many useful interventions can be implemented immediately, as in I can go out and buy something and have it working before I get back to the office. These include specialized investigation equipment such as thermal drones, wildlife crime scene kits, improved storage facilities for seized plants, and targeted training programs. Training is particularly important for investigators, SAPS members, prosecutors, and magistrates, so that biodiversity crime is considered consistently understood and appropriately addressed throughout the criminal justice system. In short, relatively modest investments can significantly improve enforcement effectiveness. Chairperson and members, this is the central ask of today's presentation. We respectfully recommend support in 5 areas: enhanced enforcement capacity, stronger criminal justice system justice outcomes, such as a green court, for example, which worked when it was in effect, greater international cooperation, community partnerships and alternative livelihoods, continued scientific research and monitoring. These 5 pillars, together with a practical framework to strengthen South Africa's response to succulent poaching. The problem can be addressed, but only through a coordinated whole-of-government approach. Chairperson and honourable members, succulent poaching is no longer a niche conservation concern. It is a rapidly growing form of organised transnational environmental crime. The Western Cape has demonstrated strong leadership and achieved meaningful enforcement successes. However, continued political support and adequate resources are essential. We therefore request support for dedicated biodiversity crime funding, filling of critical scientific and enforcement posts, and consideration of a dedicated environmental court. In closing, if we lose these species, we lose them forever. Parliament's support can help ensure that South Africa remains the custodian of one of the planet's most extraordinary botanical treasures. Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hignett. Dr. Naidu, is that it? You happy to take some questions and answers? All right. I'm going to have an opportunity now to members of the Standing Committee who are present and members of the Portfolio Committee from National Government who are present, or National Assembly, to ask some questions of clarity. We are obviously still going to have further presentations from SANBI and from Traffic, but if we can then move on to Q&A. Members, if you have any questions of clarity, please raise your hands. I've got a member of Honourable De Block, and then I'll take Honourable Masipa, so and then Member Murray. So we'll start with you, Member De Block.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. I'm behind you here. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just a question of clarity around enforcement. So are there specific investigative powers that Cape Nature has? Is that something that's been devolved, or are there specific devolutions of power that need to happen from a national level for you to enhance your function, like local enforcement, provincial enforcement? Because that might be something that we can take as an action point. In terms of wildlife forensics, what is the interface with SAPS on these issues? In a very prescient occasion, this morning I got back a parliamentary query from the Minister of Police who's on wildlife forensic capacity, and his reply says that there's no backlog, there's no shortage of capacity in wildlife forensic nationally, which I personally don't buy. Chair, I'm not sure if I'm protected by parliamentary privilege, but I'm known for speaking my mind, so I'm going to be plain.
You are protected. This constitutes a formal meeting, so
all right,
yes.
that's no problem anyway. I'm not afraid of speaking my truth anyway. So I'd like some comment on that. It seems like the National Police Minister might not be in line with what you're saying around enforcement capabilities and shortages of funding and staff and capacity. And also I'd like to also pick up on the comment that was made about the fact that the numbers of plants that are being seized have dropped. Firstly, I know a lot of that has shifted towards seeds rather than actual plants. And secondly, I know that particularly strategic policing units in the Northern Cape have suffered the loss of a couple of key personnel, which has severely limited, I think, both the capacity and maybe the willingness in terms of personal safety to go out and actually police this. So I'm concerned and want to emphasize what you said, that just because numbers have dropped does not mean necessarily that the problem is going away. That's it for now. Thank you, Honourable Bright.
Thank you very much. I think we'll take one question at a time because we do have that was quite a substantial one. Just a reminder, obviously after lunch we will get into the specific details, so we can talk about the real kind of confidential stuff maybe then, which will be in camera. But over to you, Dr. Naidu, for responses.
Thank you. I think the technical answers I'll leave to Dion on that. You may want to share with Leon if you want to, Dion, but if you can cover it, that's fine.
Thanks. I can take the first question, and I'll hand over to the second question to Leon, and then I'm out of here. Cape Nature staff, as few as they are, and I don't want to, air our dirty laundry about our staff shortages, are empowered by robust legislation and are appointed as national EMIs. So they have the power and they have the legislation to use it. Whether the staff are there is the question that I tried to raise in my presentation. I'll stop there. Leon, if you could take the SAP question.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. The linkage between Cape Nature and our cases with SAPs related to the forensic aspects, we work quite closely together. We make use of the forensic units of the SAPs when all of the relevant cases where it is needed. So there is good cooperation.
Thanks very much. I think the next question was from Member Murray.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just wanted to confirm that it was said this morning that existing criminal networks are just expanding their criminal reach. If I could just have clarity on that, that's my interpretation of what was said. So it's not necessarily outside of South Africa. It is existing criminal nexus within South Africa that are just expanding their network into the succulent poaching space, if I could just get clarity on. Thank you.
Definitely, it's existing and growing, and it's not just, as I try to emphasize, succulents. A lot of the seizures have other animals in them, even other contrabands such as drugs. I'm not quite sure if they diversified into other forms of illegal activity, but it is existing and new and expanding as the market is expanding.
But maybe just to add that these are not all locally based, the whole value chain of the criminality. It certainly extends internationally. Leon, maybe if you could add to that.
Yes, there's a definite international link. There's a definite link to Mozambique, Tanzania, and then further onwards to the eastern countries that Dion indicated in his presentation. But making use of existing networks in South Africa to expand and then to facilitate the illegal activities, yes.
Thanks very much. Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think the closing message on page 12 was put to us as a kind of a teaser in a way. The last 2 points, you raise very important requests, which is obviously sustained political support and adequate resources. I think maybe if you can really kind of expand a little bit in terms of the political support that is missing, and obviously the adequate resources that you're looking for in order to really fight this issue. The last point there, you also asked the committee to support with dedicated funding Maybe, if you might not be able to really tell us now, we might, Chair, need to put it in writing to just get an idea of the funding that is really needed to fight this. But I just want to maybe also ask, is there also a need for some bill or some sort of, legislation or, kind of, interventions that you think can really help you in fighting this issue? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Dr. Nadi.
Thank you. I think I'll start with the first one, and then maybe Coral and Dion can talk to whether we need additional legislation. We are drafting some regulations this year, which will help. In terms of political support, Chair, I'm not sure if the protection extends to everyone in the room, but to say that
We'd have to ask the minister.
what's required, I think that one example, Donat, is that this is definitely an inter-agency effort that's required. We need political will, and that transferred to executive senior managers to commit resources, and largely that means people's time across the security cluster and environmental cluster on that. So that's the sustained political will. We are dealing with criminal organizations with a large reach, and so it takes a sustained effort. From the environmental sector, we can know what's been taken, where it's been taken, and the damage it causes, but to follow the criminality and the prosecutions, it's an all-of-government approach. So that's a political will. Dedicated resources, that as well speaks to political will in that it has to be sustained over a number of years. We need technology platforms for identification and tracking criminality. That is to follow through the processes, but also on the conservation, like you saw this morning, there are also some technology answers we can do on what do we do once we confiscate specimens on that. Leon, do you want to add anything to this?
Yes, thanks. For me, simply, and I should have maybe spent more time in the presentation, because when we had it, it worked very well. But whatever happened to the Green Court? Why isn't it there anymore? And I did some research before this presentation, because I was curious why, when I was involved with the Green Court, that was more marine stuff. It worked really well. And it had a team of dedicated magistrates and prosecutors and staff, and it just vanished. So political support, I'd like a Green Court back. As to dedicated stuff, before this meeting, I asked Leon, who's much more operationally involved, what do you want? And he gave me a literal list. I want a thermal drone. I need night vision goggles. I need OP, observation post equipment, real nuts and bolts things that are needed out in the field. So I suppose that's not really something that Parliament is going to provide, but it's things that would make a difference. As I glibly said during my presentation, I can go out now and buy some of that stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have the budget for it, so I can't. That's to answer those two questions.
Thanks very much, Charles. Like so many things, money is a big factor. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted the first round of questions, and we've also caught up nicely with a bit of time. So I am then going to hand over to Sanbi, to Dr. France, who is the Executive Manager of Biodiversity Research, Science and Policy Advice, and his team to take us through their presentation, after which we'll then have a set of clarifying questions. Thank you. Sorry, her team. My apologies. My apologies. I haven't met everybody yet.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Honourable Chair, MEC, Honourable members of the respective committees, CEOs and colleagues, all protocol observed. And perhaps to start off with the SANBI presentation, I have a small confession to make. And that is that I first fell in love with succulents in the spring of 2014 at the launch event of the Knersvlakte Nature Reserve. I was absolutely in awe and spellbound. So it's quite heartbreaking for me to see the succulents that have been confiscated. And I think I probably share the sentiments with many of you in the room. If we can have the presentation up, please. So, Chair, I'm going to start off with talking about the legislative mandate. And there are different mandates, of course, Cape Nature having a Western Cape mandate. But I think one of the important areas that we need to consider is that of the scientific authority. It's established by the Minister in terms of the Biodiversity Act, Section 60, and it is a committee of experts with one member from each of the provincial conservation agencies, the DFFE, SANBI, SANParks, the National Zoological Gardens, and South African Museum. SANBI also, as a separate body, has a mandate to support the scientific authority through logistical, administrative, technical, and scientific support. And I, for my sins, am the chair of the scientific authority. Not moving. Thank you. So just in terms of unpacking what the scientific authority needs to do, essentially they assist with regulating and restricting the trade in specimens of listed, threatened or protected species. SANBI also has a very specific mandate on those TOPS listed species. We have to provide to the minister the status of those listed species. And we have the most recent update was done through our National Biodiversity Assessment of 2025. But back to the scientific authority, in terms of those TOPS listed species, must monitor illegal and legal trade and advise the minister and other organs of state on these matters, make recommendations on permit applications for restricted activities with those species, make non-detriment findings on the impacts of international trade on the top species, and we need to publish those non-detriment findings. We need to advise on the registration and requirements of facilities for captive breeding of animals or artificial propagation of plants. We need to advise on amendments to the TOPS listings and prohibition of restricted activities, advise on nomenclature. Naming is very important. And I think in the plant and animal world, everything is in the name of that particular species. Critically important. And in fact, a vital role that SANBI plays on nomenclature. We also need to assist the minister and EMIs in identifying specimens of TOPS listed species, issue certificates to verify the identification, and any other prescribed or delegated function. So that's the national role of the scientific authority. But there's also an international role, which is linked to CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. And in that regard, the scientific authority has to assess whether the export of a species listed on Appendix 1 or 2 of CITES will be detrimental to the survival of the species in the wild. I think it's very important. It is about the survival of the species in the wild and what we do to ensure its long-term survival. We monitor the exports of Appendix 2 species, so those are both permits issued and the actual exports. And then I'll move on. So very importantly, the National Strategy and Action Plan for Illegal Trade in Succulent Plants was developed by 22 organizations, co-development, a strong partnership process from the very start. And it was approved by MINMEC in March of 2022. The estimated funding that's required, and this is multi-year funding, is about 70 million, and this includes infrastructure, capacity, support for capacity building initiatives, initiatives with communities, and various aspects of the strategy that need to be implemented. As you've already heard, the succulent Karoo biome has the highest diversity of succulents in the world and a biodiversity hotspot with the most endemics. So, of course, it is desired by many others, and this is the challenge that we sit with our very rich endowment. So key roles that SANBI plays in terms of this national strategy is to coordinate and monitor implementation of the strategy. As you've seen this morning, to care for the succulents as a result of enforcement actions. And we are implementing 5 of the 7 strategic objectives of the national strategy. We also provide the scientific evidence of the status of the species in the wild. And very importantly, we are constantly developing scarce skills, much needed skills for the sector. Okay, so just at a high level, the objectives of the strategy are listed here. There are 7 objectives. SANBI is leading on 5 of those objectives, and the DFFE is leading on 2. And of course, those 22 organizations that jointly developed the strategy are working together in partnership with this implementation. The first of field monitoring, very important partnership that SANBI has with BOTSOC is through the Custodians for Rare and Endangered Wildflowers. And CREW monitors the species in the wild. And of course, citizen scientists also play a very important role there in providing information. Then the ex situ conservation, you have seen that this morning, that SANBI needs to establish and manage this ex situ collection. Quite a tall order once you have seen what it takes to keep these species alive in our facilities. The enforcement and compliance and policy and regulation objectives are what DFFE would lead, and Francis will be speaking to that a bit later. Then there's community engagement. Of course, we would love the communities to be the stewards of those succulents that live in their close proximity. So local engagement with communities and working side by side with them is critically important. Communication, so we have a task team that coordinates and works together on communications around succulents. And then lastly, sustainable economy. Of course, our succulents would also offer livelihood and sustainable development opportunities for communities. They are an important part or socio-economic contribution, and much of the challenge around poaching is actually around that socio-economic challenges of lack of employment, and just simply having alternative livelihoods or diversification of livelihoods for communities. I'm not sure what's happened to the slide. Okay, sorry. Then in terms of monitoring the trade in succulent plants, the graph on the top right, left, just shows the amount of succulents that have been confiscated over time. And it's important to note that towards the end of that graph, we see some changes. And so conophytum is the red line, and that was the most desired species, but we have seen changes over time with other caudiciforms, as well as bulb species becoming preferred species for illegal trade. There's the image that's of the plant called Avonia quinaria. And sadly, at the last CITES COP held in December last year, we requested CITES parties to support uplisting of Avonia quinaria from Appendix 2 to Appendix 1. And that is because of the status of Avonia. Then the Euphorbia globosa exports, you can see that on the far right graph, and initial high-level exports in the early 2000s. You'll see then it tapers off, and this is largely, we believe, because the one nursery that traded in this Euphorbia species closed. So there's another little blip there where a few have been traded lately. Then assessment of the global supply and demand dynamics. We used Pachypodium bispinosum as the example for the top exporting countries and the top importing countries. And what is interesting, of course, you would expect South Africa to be a top exporting country since the species is endemic to South Africa. But second is Czech Republic, and then China, US, and Germany. So very interesting to see who are the biggest traders in our endemic species. We have also partnered with the Chinese Scientific Authority, and also with South Korea. We have a knowledge exchange program on succulent trade and a project that is funded through UCT as well, working together on succulents. Oh, sorry. Then in terms of the CITES listing itself, we had the Conophytum genus. I'm sure you've seen many Conophytums this morning. The entire genus we have listed under CITES Appendix 3. So while it doesn't require strict permit export and import, it requires cooperation between the parties that trade in the species. And we felt that this was an important step in also getting more data about the trade. And then I mentioned about Avonia and the uplisting. Then in terms of assessments of local exporting succulent nurseries, this is another role that the scientific authority fulfills in providing for registration of those facilities. They need to check that the facilities doesn't have species from the wild. There's a guide to the succulent species, which Sanbi also developed for all those succulents that are listed. But very importantly, we have to ensure that the nurseries that are CITES registered do not trade in species taken from the wild. And there are certain experts who can identify when plants are from wild origin. And then the succulent plant surveys that I mentioned with CRU and a non-detriment finding. There's the graph of a non-detriment finding. The more red you see on that graph, the more detrimental trade would be to the survival of the species in the wild. And the example used here was Aloe pegleri. Then in terms of the number of confiscated plant material received by Sanbi since 2018, as you can see, not a pretty picture, but cumulatively over 1.5 million plants have been brought to Sanbi through SAPS. Our figures may differ from Cape Nature, and that's because we also receive confiscated plants from the Northern Cape. So this is up to 2026. Importantly to note, from 2024 and 2025, it might look like nothing really happened. But what emerged was a change in the modus operandi. So previously, the poachers took whole plants, and we saw a switch to seedlings. So in 2024-25, I think some of that was largely undetected. And of course, it's emerged quite substantially in 2026. This just some images of the species. And I think very importantly, the composition. We have 668 different species that have been confiscated. And very, very concerning. Most of them are endemic to us, to South Africa, found nowhere else in the world. Even more alarming, 4,000 Clivia mirabilis confiscated between December 2023 and February 2024. So again, you see a shift in the preference in illegal poaching. Okay, so one important factor, and I think this was a question raised about forensics. Sanbi is working together with the DFFE and SAPS on a GEF Global Environmental Facility project to build a DNA reference system, forensic DNA reference system. Sanbi also has a contract with the South African Police Service to provide DNA forensics on wildlife. But we would like to also expand the DNA reference system to include much more of our plants and the succulents in particular. So we've just listed some of the target genera, and we're hoping that through our new GEF8 replenishment project, we would be able to expand that DNA reference system, critically important to providing support for prosecutions. And Chair, that's where I end off my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Frans. I think that was a lot of very, very important and insightful information. I'm going to allow for a couple of questions from members. If you are happy to answer from your chair, that'd be great. I'll let you sit down. So I think I'm going to just kick off with one. It's the first time I've heard about the Czech Republic being a sort of the main export hotspot. So I just want to find out, is that a sort of a transit region, or is there a keenness in the Czech Republic for succulents? Because I hadn't been aware of that. I mean, everything that we've been told so far is that it goes mainly to the Far East as the main destination. But just in terms of that, you've mentioned your relationship with the Chinese Scientific Authority. During our walkabout, there was mention made of potentially looking at some form of a reciprocal agreement whereby some of the endangered species, critically endangered species that have gone extinct in the wild here, may be able to be relocated from China back to South Africa for propagation, and whether or not that is something that's being actively pursued. So that's my question first up. If you could just answer that, and then we'll take hands from the other members. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and very interesting questions. We may not have all the answers for, but I would also invite members from the team to add. Yes, the Czech Republic is probably also a transit country, but there have been many interesting findings from this trade study, and this was done in collaboration with the Chinese Scientific Authority. So on the question of China and reciprocal exchange, because of that strong relationship with the Chinese Scientific Authority, it's certainly something we could pursue. And similarly with South Korea on the collaboration that we have through UCT as well. So, and potentially other countries as well. It just depends on the species and, you know, which species they have, and where we might need, you know, those species to be kind of returned. So I also should have mentioned the importance of seeds, of course. From the tour, you would have seen the seed bank. And so I think also very importantly is that exchange of seeds. And through CITES, the scientific authorities and institutions, scientific institutions can also exchange material. So it's very, very possible for us through using CITES to be able to exchange material. Thank you.
I suppose the question would be ensuring that we are able to recover it if it's a criminal thing. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I saw a couple of hands. I've got the CEO first, and then I'll take you in the back, sir. CEO.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Frans also referred to the work we do through the department, of course, when it comes to our interface with CITES. She spoke to a number of appendices, if I may call them, but they facilitate dialogue in a form of formalized commitments that different countries would need to have, either in areas where no trade is allowed. So if anything is intercepted by a scientific authority or any other law enforcement agency in their country, they are obliged to also notify us and work with us in dealing with that. In areas where that trade is happening and it's following particular protocols, there's a reporting mechanism that goes to the central repository, but also transmitted to different countries. And the scientific authorities would need to talk to each other. I'm just emphasizing another point of cooperation with countries, but I think the honorable member's question also goes into bilateral interfaces. They may go beyond the environmental sector. I don't know, maybe when Francis speaks later on, she does always also talk about other law enforcement agency cooperations beyond the sector itself, but focusing on wildlife and other related activities. So in that case, then we're able to also follow up on that. The fact that now we can trace who is playing a particular role to a particular extent. I see a number of countries, the US, Germany, she spoke, South Korea, Czech Republic, China, and others. So it becomes a system which I think can also learn from the rhino poaching when it comes to certain protocols and certain movements, because sometimes these things interface. It depends on different species. But your question is, can we not pursue, which I think we need to, furthermore, a situation where those species that we currently don't have, but we think they have, to find ways of I don't want to use the word repatriation, but finding ways in which if we can even access seeds and other things that could assist us to revive our populations. We've seen with other species like rhino, where some other countries have lost everything and then relied on South Africa to reintroduce. So we can pursue that, and we should.
Thanks, Sia. We had a response in the back there as well. So if you could just also introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Chair. David Newton from Traffic. Just to provide some context on your question about the Czech Republic. Indeed, from the work we've done over many years on the trade, the Czech Republic and individual citizens have played a prominent role in the trade. And individuals have in fact been declared persona non grata by South Africa historically. And those people have then turned to using other citizens from that part of the world to collect in their stead. And I understand that with more recent developments that some of those people are again asking locals to collect because they weren't able to visit South Africa directly. And this is sometimes associated with, I suppose you could call it succulent plant tourism. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. I'm looking forward to your presentation after tea as well. I think it's going to be very insightful. I saw a couple of hands from members. Let's just go the inverse this time. We'll start Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Franz. Mine will start on page 2. I'm not an expert and don't want to claim to be one. You talk about advice on nomenclature of species. If you can just explain that for my own better understanding. The second question will relate to page 4, I mean page 2, but slide 4, slide 3, where you talk about appendix 1 or 2, that obviously are your listed species. Just maybe if we can get an idea of those appendix 1 and 2, and obviously to link to what you said about euphobia on appendix 1 as well. Just if you can just give us a distinction between what is appendix 1 and appendix 2, just for clarity purposes there. I'm also very interested in your objectives. I note that in the objectives there's on the sustainable economy, because I mean, you know, enforcement and doing all this kind of things might help, but for a short while. But the question is, how do we make regulations that can just maybe help to ensure that, you know, there's trade if it's possible. But I note that there's you've got sustainable economy, explore options for the development of formal economy. How far are you with that, and what is the economy size that we are looking at in terms of really, if we do that, what will be the economy, and which areas are you looking at? The last one, really, and I spoke to it this morning. Agriculture has got, I had to Google a little bit because my memory lapsed a bit. Agriculture in South Africa, we officially joined the international treaty on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. And in that key treaty, obviously, one of the some of the benefits are obviously sharing benefits from plant genetics, ensuring that they flow back to obviously the local custodians and so forth. I just want to get an understanding if there is work being done to ensure that, you know, all this that has been poached all over the world, which you can't really get back, but is there a way of getting some benefits back into the country, you know, especially, you know, ensuring that, you know, we don't lose this species entirely, you know, we get them back into the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Member Masipa. Dr. Franz?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member Masipa. Again, all very interesting questions. So nomenclature is about the naming of the species, and it's so critically important to get that right. Because when we trade using that species name, like Avonia cornaria. So we have to be absolutely sure that globally, everyone knows what Avonia cornaria is, and its lineage and everything. I think our botanists will go to town explaining to you what the nomenclature means. Then for CITES Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. So Appendix 2 allows for regulated trade with a CITES permit. And it's also especially species that are on, if they are on Appendix 1, you cannot really trade commercially with them. You could do exchanges like I've mentioned, or for example, for educational purposes, you could trade for a zoo or aquarium. But for Appendix 2, you can trade, it's regulated trade. You can trade species from Appendix 1 if they were artificially propagated or captive bred for animals. It would be bred in captivity. So crocodiles, for example, just as an example, might be listed on Appendix 1. But if you farm the crocodiles and trade them, you can trade them on Appendix 2. So that's the difference. So for the euphorbia that has been uplisted, so it could be traded commercially still on Appendix 2. Now for Appendix 1, it kind of limits that trade only to artificially propagated plants. So then in terms of the objectives, could I defer the regulations and trade maybe to Francis? I'm not sure if DFFE could take that one. Then in terms of the Objective 7, sustainable economy, given the fact that we have actually no dedicated funding for the strategy, we've made very little progress with that. We We have ideas, and we are talking to all the partners, and we've developed funding proposals, but they would only cover a small component of that work. One of our proposals, through the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, is in fact to look at the succulents and sustainable economy, but that's just a small aspect. We're trying to make that funding stretch as far as possible, but we are limited with what we can do with our very, very limited resources. And then on benefit sharing, so it's interesting that you mentioned the International Treaty for Plant Genetics for Food, but the Biodiversity Act also allows for that benefit sharing, access and benefit sharing. And I think my colleague, Mr. Matibe, is probably very well placed from DFFE to speak to that particular point, if we may also defer that to him. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. I'm going to ask, because I know Ms. Craigie and Mr. Matibe are going to be presenting to us after tea. So maybe we could hold those over and talk to those when we get to that part of the presentation. But thank you very much for those inputs. We've got another input over here, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I wanted to also respond on the one on benefit sharing, to overemphasize that while there's work that has been done, and some benefits that have been that have gone back to custodians, the biggest challenge has been that they've been project-based. And one of the important matters that needs to be addressed going forward is to have a dedicated, integrated, well-coordinated program that is proactive, so that it can intentionally be mainstreamed and be part of the response to succulent poaching. So I think one of the important elements is ensuring that we have that well-funded, integrated program that we can use going forward.
Thank you very much. I saw a hand, I think, from Member Marais and then Member de Block after that. So we'll take Member Marais first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just wanted to know in terms of the recommendations by SANBI, that's part of your mandate is to make recommendations. Just wanted to understand, where do we find those recommendations that have been made, and when does those recommendations get sent to the DFFE? And is there any provincial buy-in from provinces into the national strategy and action plan? How do you coordinate a devolution of national planning into a provincial space? The Western Cape's constitution makes provision for an environmental commissioner, which we do not have in place. But I wonder if that would have been part of the devolved national plan into a provincial space, and whether that would have assisted SANBI in terms of your mandate. Then you mentioned 22 organizations. It's quite a lot of organizations. Are these organizations locally only in South Africa, or are they also international organizations? And where do we find that list of organizations? Is it on your website, or where can people access? And then my last question in terms of, I know that you said your objectives and you mentioned the word that we don't always want to mention, but it's funding. Without a budget, hardly anything can happen. So I just wanted to know, in terms of the objective, one of it is communication strategy, but then you say community engagement is something that you're not focused on. Is that as a result of a budget shortfall? Because community engagement, I think, is an important aspect to get their participation in addressing the issues that we have. And then my last, Mr. Chair, is just in terms of awareness. You know, a lot of people are not aware of the poaching problem that we've got. Even on the education level at schools, do you think we should start heavily investing in that particular strategy of awareness that is lacking in South Africa at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Marais. Mr. Frans, over to you. I'm sure that you'll be able to answer all of them, but as many as you can. Over to you and to CEO.
Yeah, I'll take care of the first one, just partly. We are a national entity under the department, the DFFE, just like SunParks and Source and others. So the coordination, I think, follows the whole IGR process, which involves national entities, DFFE leadership, and also all provinces. So even the strategy itself, in its development and its approval, followed that same route and approved by what they call MINMEC, which is the Forum of Minister National and also MACs Provincial. So it becomes binding across the board, not binding in the sense that we've agreed that this is a national strategy that we all have to play a role. Of course, in a space of concurrent functions, there are specific aspects that are assigned to specific provinces for specific reasons, but all of us coordinating centrally, and SANBI as a national entity playing its critical role in supporting everyone, right from the national office or national government, but also provincial government. And the advisories that Dr. Frans was talking about are also extended to others playing a role in the space of biodiversity, from evidence and scientific support. So that's the unique role that we play nationally, subnationally, internationally, so as well. I think later on, maybe not later on, but we are also tasked with providing the data and information on the state of biodiversity in the country, where are the pressure points and what needs to be done with scientific evidence, trends analysis, that monitoring that she was also talking about in the context of succulents, for everyone that has to play a particular role to play their role with proper information that is scientific in nature. So that's the unique role that we play, Dr. Frans.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member Marie, for the questions. So maybe just to add to what CE has already mentioned, Cape Nature and Northern Cape, for example, were very much part of the development of that national strategy. So definitely buy-in, we work very closely together and exchange information and so on. The 22 organizations, we don't have a list publicly available, but we can make the list available. It includes local organizations, including those international organizations that have an office in South Africa, like Traffic, WWF, and others. So it was government and NGOs working together to co-develop the national strategy. Then I couldn't agree more with you on the objective of community engagement. It is one of the critical objectives of the strategy, but without sufficient funding and resources, as in capacity, we haven't been able to make huge inroads there. But I must also just add that our NGO partners are also trying to work in that space and raise funding to undertake some community engagement. So some of them may very well, and we may hear through the course of the day from the different presentations where they are working in those spaces. The awareness, again, I couldn't agree with you more. There is what we call plant blindness. You know, if it bleeds, it gets all our attention. Plants don't bleed. So people are completely unaware of how important they are in biodiversity, but also socio-economically for the country. So a lot more needs to be done, and we would encourage in every sphere, whether it's education, outreach from different organizations, to kind of raise that awareness. We have a lot of resources in terms of information that could be used and packaged for awareness raising. But I think almost everyone has a role to play. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. And then I think the last input slash question is from Member De Block, after which we'll take the answers and then break for tea. Member De Block.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Frans, for the presentation. And while we're talking to Sambi, thank you very much for hosting us at this lovely venue. It's appreciated. I have a couple of questions, Chair. The first one I was going to ask about this National Strategy and Action Plan, and whether there's a periodic review and a chance for us to reflect on where that strategy might have failed. Obviously, we wouldn't be having this workshop today if it had completely succeeded, but I think you've covered it on, it's mainly a funding problem. So if that's your answer, then that's covered. And we can talk about solutions to that, I think, later on, Chair. On the succulent plant surveys that were referenced in the report, do we have a good enough understanding as it is about where our succulents are distributed and where the different sites are, or is there more work needed in that area? Following on from that, how do we protect that data once we have it? Because obviously that is hugely sensitive data that if it's leaked to the wrong hands could wipe out entire species. But on the other hand, is that data available for example, in a development planning context? We talked about some species have a home range or an entire species range of a tennis court. And if a lot of those areas in the Northern Cape or the Northern Western Cape are pressured by development from PV, wind, mining developments. Have we sufficiently mapped it and are keeping the information in a sensitive way that it doesn't get into the wrong hands, but when it needs to be in the right hands, it is? And Chair, I apologize, that sort of strays slightly from the poached succulent side of things, but I think is relevant on a species conservation point of view. And lastly, on the DNA reference system that is talked about, I think that's quite exciting. I'd like to just understand the limitations of that as a tool or a solution. Obviously, part of the problem with these succulents is that they are incredibly difficult to identify, and there's a handful of people in the country with that kind of specialist knowledge in some cases who can confidently identify different species. So does DNA barcoding offer us an opportunity to overcome that? Can we even reference species to specific sites in terms of genetic signatures, or are we not at that point? And can that be done rapidly enough to help in, for example, building prosecutory dockets and holding people accountable for potential crimes that they might have committed? Or is there a biological obstruction to that, or a capacity and funding obstruction? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Over to you, Dr. Sauls and the CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member De Block, for the questions. So I'm going to ask my other colleagues to come in here, and Domitilla Raimondo could speak to the surveys, since she leads on our threatened species program and its surveys. Just in terms of the DNA reference database as a tool, I think the whole idea was to use that or build that database to support prosecutions. And I'm not sure if Frances is going to cover some of that in her presentation. But again, the project started out looking mostly at wildlife. We don't have the same for plants. But having said that, the scientific authority is also looking at the issue of provenance, using stable isotopes to perhaps identify the precise locality of where that plant was taken from the wild. So we're working collaboratively with various academic institutions on some of the those areas of work. It's still very much work in progress. But I'll ask Domitilla to speak to the issue of the surveys and the data, sensitive data.
Okay, can you hear me? So just responding to that query. So we do have an incredibly accurate data on where all the conophytum species, those little buttons that we showed you earlier, and you've seen a lot. We had incredible data of where those are from 10 years worth of monitoring by experts who gave that data to SANBI. For the species that they're now moving on to, which are some of the bulb species, the cordiform species, we do not have sufficient survey data, and we do require extensive field work to do that. So there's a gap in terms of the new area of the species that are being targeted. And we do require resources to do that monitoring. And then in terms of the protecting the species, so as we collect that information, we use it for redist assessments, we use it into the EIA process, wind farms, etc. We have developed a list of 756 species that are sensitive to collecting. Not all of them have yet been poached, but we've worked with experts to say these ones have the potential to be because they're cute and they look like this or whatever. We've identified potentially and actual poached species, 756. We've even gone as far as putting them onto the iNaturalist platform, which is an international platform for monitoring species, that if you try to look for an occurrence of that one, it's actually obscured. So we work, and all our data systems from SANBI are obscured for sensitive species. So we really work hard to protect those species data. If you're doing a specific EIA and have to know that species, you may contact SANBI, and we have an official who responds and says sensitive species number X, Y, and Z is actually that, and its status is so and so. So it does feed in, but again, that position is on soft money, on contract money, and we struggle to keep them going. So our head of branch has been quite clear. Resources are very limited, and I want to specifically say our national response strategy is coordinated by my colleague here, Emily Kutzer, is funded through WWF and has been for the last 3 years with an extension into another year. We do not have long-term funding to coordinate this work. Thanks.
Thanks very much. All right, everybody, I think we are running about 10 minutes over time, which isn't too bad, 15 minutes. So I'm going to give us the requisite time to take tea, which was scheduled for 20 minutes. So if we can return at 11:25. Just briefly, you'll see in your packs, you've all got one of these little bracelets. This was actually an idea of our procedural officer when visiting Kirstenbosch, and we'd like to see if we can get this concept going for succulents possibly going forward and some other endangered species. All the money that obviously goes towards this is then donated towards that charity. So please feel free to wear your bangle during the proceedings. We'll see you at 11:25. his best wishes for the rest of the proceedings today. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Frances Craigie, who is going to be giving us some feedback from the Department of DFFE, and after which we will then, as per the other presentations, take some questions of clarity. So Ms. Craigie, over to you.
Chair, thank you very much, and to the members of the Standing Committee and our National Portfolio Committee, colleagues. If the technology people can maybe put my presentation up, thank you. I think there is a little bit of duplication, and so I'm going to run quickly through some slides and maybe spend a little bit more time on others. So obviously, we're talking very much from a national perspective, and we will therefore be talking about what is happening nationally and then bring it down, obviously, to the Western Cape as we go. I think let me very quickly, obviously, the slides, we understand what the purpose is. We've heard, I think, from both Cape Nature and Sanby. We know what the market demand drivers are like. We understand that it is really coming internationally. Yes, there are some succulents for sale in South Africa, but really the poaching that we're talking about and at the scale that we're talking about, it is not being a demand from here within South Africa. It is from international collectors. We know that during COVID times, suddenly this whole issue erupted. We know that there's commercial nurseries overseas, and it is for ornamental and horticultural purposes that they are being collected. We also know, and I will talk a little bit about this, is the involvement of organized crime and what we are doing about that. The national strategy that Sandy was speaking about, sorry, let me go there. One needs to understand that this national response strategy and action plan is actually being implemented alongside another very important strategy. And I'll probably speak a little bit more about that other strategy shortly, and then come and link back to this strategy. So you would understand this was developed back in 2021 into 2022 through a process where we involved a whole lot of stakeholders. And I'm going to be speaking specifically about the enforcement and compliance aspects of the strategy. The other strategy that I think is really important to understand this against is a strategy that has been adopted by Cabinet. In 2023, the National Integrated Strategy to Combat Wildlife Trafficking was adopted. Initially, that strategy was developed specifically for rhinoceros, elephants, abalone, and cycads. But as the process has, moved along, and we've seen reptiles, we've seen succulent plants involved, we can broaden our scope. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about how we do that and how we involve the succulent issues. But you can see there that strategy adopted in May of 2023 by Cabinet, which has now been included in the medium-term development plan. So every 6 months, we have to report on the implementation of this strategy to Cabinet, just to ensure that we are monitoring and we're implementing. It looks at specifically a well-resourced, integrated, multidisciplinary, and consolidated law enforcement response. So I think we had a few questions earlier to say, but how are we all working together? And it is very much done through this particular strategy, whether it's the National Prosecuting Authority, the police, the Border Management Authority, conservation entities. Everybody is involved, including the private sector. And I'll talk a little bit about how we pull the private sector into implementing the strategy as well. What we are really saying about this national strategy is that we need to look at 3 areas. And we are also saying, and I want to say it very clearly, that when we catch somebody, and I'm going to use succulents as an issue, this strategy says you don't just take that poacher or that transporter of succulent plants and deal with that as an ad hoc case, get him to court, convict him, maybe he gets a 5,000 Rand fine, and you leave it at that and you say, yay, success. What this strategy is telling us to do is it's saying when you arrest that person, he is part of a syndicate. He's part of an illicit value chain. I think the advocate from the DPP's office later this afternoon will talk about how we then look at these dockets and we say, how does it link into the financial value chain? How do we link him to other syndicates? Because he is part of it. He is not doing what he is doing by himself. And so that is the importance of this strategy, is when we investigate, when we prosecute, and when the magistrates adjudicate, they look at it as transnational organized crime in terms of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, as well as the Biodiversity Act or your provincial legislation. The other part of the strategy is about looking at improved detection and prevention. So that is the issue around being more proactive. How do you buy equipment and ensure that you're really trying to avoid the succulents from being taken in the wild? Initially, how do you make sure you're more proactive at the border posts? How do you pick up those confiscated items? And then the last one is your collaboration, and I'll talk a little bit. Collaboration here within the Western Cape, collaboration between Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, collaboration across South Africa, the region, and the world. And it is very important that that is a very important part of that strategy. So remembering that that is there at the top, and that is very much a law enforcement strategy, you then come down into the succulent strategy. And what we tried to do is we tried not to duplicate. So we know that the law enforcement response is primarily driven through NISQUIT, the wildlife trafficking strategy, but there are elements of compliance and enforcement in the succulent strategy. And that is specifically Objective 3, which is to capacitate compliance and enforcement sector to enable effective action against the illegal collection and trade of indigenous and endemic South African succulent flora. So things that might not be completely detailed within NISQUIT, the biggest strategy, you will find here. So equip protected areas with resources for enforcement, effective enforcement processes need to be in place, and then there's sub-objectives within the strategy. Compliance and enforcement training is important. Who do you give training to? How do you fill the gaps? Looking at statement writing, there was quite a lot of work to look at how do you write those statements that are required for court. Lessons learned from illegally traded other wildlife species. I think the CEO of Sanby talked about lessons learned from rhino, from dealing with the rhino issues, and then monitoring and local international trade as well. So within that, and really the next two slides, I only put down the aspects of the succulent strategy that DFFE need to lead on. And you can see that we haven't done everything completely yet. Some of it is still work in progress. But you can see there on the next one around key actions, we needed to develop standardized approach to each arrest and flow of information. And I'm going to talk a little bit just now about our system nationally that we utilize to feed information into so that we really have a national picture of what's going on. So every arrest, that information comes in through our CMOR system, which was developed by CSIR. It comes into our Environmental Enforcement Fusion Center, and that is where the Fusion Center then supports the enforcement officers on the ground, and I'll talk a bit more to that. Work with law enforcement at an international level. You can see in this table, I spoke very specifically about Mozambique. When it comes to succulents, that is probably the one country that we are working closest with in relation to succulents. There's obviously other countries that we're working with on other species, but really there was a main channel of succulent plants going up through Mozambique and then out, as Leon said, through Tanzania, and then into those European and Asian countries. Remember, the difficulty is, and I think what Dr. Franz said this morning, is if those succulent plants are not listed on CITES Appendix 1 or 2, if they land in another country, even if they're on CITES Appendix 3, that other country is not going to collaborate with us as South Africa. So if they're not listed on CITES or they're only Appendix 3, it makes it very difficult. Why? Because most countries collaborate with South Africa not because of CITES, but because of another convention called the United Nations Convention on Transnational Organized Crime, UNTOC. Now, if it is not an offense in that other country, and it's not a serious offense, which means that's 4 years imprisonment or more, then your joint transnational investigations trigger does not kick in. Your mutual legal assistance trigger does not kick in. So you've got a country there who's maybe confiscated plants, maybe not. They probably didn't even confiscate them because it's not an offense there. And then you as South Africa are trying to work with them, and it makes it very, very difficult. And so we need to take those sorts of things into account. And maybe just for me to reflect for a moment, we've got a very important UNTOC COP, the Conference of the Parties of Transnational Organized Crime Convention, coming in October this year. And there's a resolution that we are going to be working with Brazil, Colombia, and a couple of other countries on, which is a resolution to try and get 2/3 of those countries. Now, 2/3 of those countries is a lot of countries, to agree to negotiate a fourth protocol under UNTOC on crimes that affect the environment. If we can get countries to agree to negotiate a fourth protocol, it means that those issues that I'm talking about, serious crimes, serious offenses, we will have another way to deal with them. But that is a long-term process. If we get them to agree, there's still the process of negotiating that fourth protocol under UNTOC. In the meantime, we work very closely with Interpol. We obviously link into the Interpol colleagues in the analyst unit in Lyon, and we see particularly the succulent plants, as was said earlier, being moved with reptiles. Sometimes we've even seen rhino horn being moved by the same syndicates, firearms, drugs, and therefore Interpol for us is the most important law enforcement arm that allows us to link into those other countries and ensure that the information is shared in a way that it can be used in court here, or it can be used in a court in another country. And so those formal processes are really important. We then needed to develop an SOP specifically for the confiscation of plants. And I think we shared that also in the pack with all of you. So you can see it is currently under review. It's a little bit outdated. And the thinking was to share it with this group so that if there are key issues that we think are brought up during the course of today, and we need to incorporate it into the next version, we can do so, because I think that is quite an important document. If I move on to the next slide, a lot of training issues. We've also had some non-governmental organizations that have really helped with training. Some of the scientists have helped with manuals around how do you identify certain succulent plants. And that is fed into training both for our law enforcement, for our prosecutors. What we often try and do is we don't just train on succulents. We try and train across the environmental or wildlife spectrum. And so you'll see there's quite a lot of training happening where the succulent issues will be on the program. But there probably is a little bit more work that we can do around that one. And then you can see the technology solutions. I know we've worked with Wilderness Foundation and a couple of other NGOs, really about expanding the camera networks. Now, we know that there's major problems with capacity. If you look at where the majority of the plants are actually being poached, currently it's in the Northern Cape. They're moving down here into your province, but you do not have enough people in the Northern Cape. We do not have enough people. And so what do we turn to? We turn to technology. And so there is quite a lot of technology solutions that are being looked at, but also the LPR camera system, because that is important when you understand the movement of vehicles of certain criminals through different parts of South Africa to really help you to track that. I'm going to show you a couple of slides, and I think these are just important for currently what is going on. So if you look at South Africa at the moment, and all of this information is pulled from CMOR, as I said, that is our repository. Through the succulent strategy, we've also made sure that all the confiscations and cases on succulents is also filtered into that national system. You'll see between January and June of 2026, so only this year, we were dealing with 375,673 plants that were confiscated. In 26 cases only, and why does that become interesting? Is because the volume, the number of plants within the cases, within the confiscations is getting bigger. So if you have a look at the next slide, and it's probably easier in your pack, we tried to show you the difference in time period. So we didn't go back to those high confiscations that you saw from Cape Nature and also from Sandy. But if you go back to 2024, 2025, and 2026, you'll see that the numbers of plants that were confiscated were actually from more cases. So you'll see in 2024, 43 cases, with 26,312 plants being confiscated, then 53 incidents in 2025, and then now in 2026, just in the first 6 months, you've got 26 cases with 375,000 plants. So the numbers that we are seeing are increasing. If you then look, and I think, colleagues, the other thing that's interesting, and let me maybe just touch or stay on this slide for a moment, is can you see the confiscations in 2024? A lot of them were happening in Northern Cape and up towards the top of the Western Cape, if you have a look at the heat map there. As you move into 2025, those confiscations are happening more in the Western Cape. And then obviously you can see Gauteng and you can see Mpumalanga in 2025. So you start seeing that we're catching the guys transporting the plants up through South Africa. And then into 2026, obviously a lot of it's happening down here in the Western Cape. But the interesting question to me is how many of those 375,000 plants actually come from the Western Cape? And I think you might find the majority of them are actually coming from the Northern Cape. So how do you then put in place specific actions and recommendations to deal with the issue? Do you keep the plants in the Northern Cape? Do you build up capacity? And now I'm talking from a national level within the Northern Cape to try and prevent them from coming out. Why are they coming down to the Western Cape? What can you do here in the Western Cape to stop that from happening? So it's just those interesting questions that you need to look at. And again, in 2026, you've got Mpumalanga moving into Mozambique. You can see the routes are through Gauteng into Mozambique. And then the next slide really is just showing, if I can get it to work. I wonder if this battery is, oh, there we go. The next one is really just showing Western Cape alone. So this is just you, 14 cases. That's obviously through Seymour. You might see a few differences in terms of numbers, but obviously this is what I'm showing at a national level in terms of what we're seeing in Seymour. And you can see that 374,569 plants here are confiscated in the Western Cape. So there's only about 1,000 and something that are being either seized in Northern Cape or Eastern Cape, which are the other two provinces, or in Mpumalanga or Gauteng. So the action is all here in the Western Cape, which is not a bad thing. Okay, so let me then go to, because I want to get to why this is happening, or why we think it's happening, and maybe this afternoon we can talk more about why we think it's happening. The number of related arrests. Okay, so all those slides I was showing you were confiscations. Now we're looking at the number of flora-related arrests, and you can see over time that we are looking at 361 arrests in the Northern Cape from 2022 through to this year, which is really good. It means your law enforcement is very active here within the Western Cape. And why do you think we're seeing this? So the latest information indicates that and I think Sandy mentioned it, we are seeing a new demand for different types of species. And the information suggests that the same people involved in reptiles are involved in succulents, and Clivia mirabilis is in high demand. I think what is very important is why are we seeing such big seizures in terms of smaller cases is that the informer networks are better. The enforcement units have actually built up really good informer networks. The people down here know when the people are coming through, and they're working well together. Northern Cape working well with Western Cape, working well with Eastern Cape. And so we then tend to, where we integrate our response, we see more seizures, but obviously we're also seeing high arrests. And now we want to, in terms of NISQUIT, the national strategy, we want to see the higher level arrests happening. And so when you move into that space, and this is just showing you those objectives again, you start seeing arrests and goodness. Okay, we started seeing arrests of the higher up players within the syndicate. So, for example, this particular arrest, and he's gone through all his things, so I can show you names and I can show you what people look like because we know about him, is Mr. Sheeman Long. And very important player within the syndicate. This is because of the integrated response. This is because people are working together. people are utilizing the tools that they need to utilize, and they're investigating this as organized crime and not as ad hoc cases. The other very significant arrest that took place in the Eastern Cape fairly recently was Mr. Baptista. We had been watching this particular individual. It operates through Mozambique for quite a long time, a really critical arrest made in the Eastern Cape. And I think parts of these arrests, we start to see a little dip in terms of what's happening, but obviously these syndicates manage to build up again and start doing what they're doing. And both are, as far as I remember, still in jail awaiting trial. And obviously the information that comes through then from these cases is really critical to start working on the other aspects. We have a number of really strategic partnerships that we have to keep building and working with. So the Environmental Management Inspectorate, which is our environmental compliance and enforcement unit, is obviously made up of all of the provincial conservation entities, departments, SANBI, SANParks. And then we have very critical relationships with the South African Police Service. We have an overall memorandum of understanding between ourselves as DFFE and the police. So the use of CMOR, for example, is catered for in that. The use of our digital forensic laboratory is catered for under that MOU. And then obviously with SARS, when it comes to financial issues, the Financial Intelligence Center, the NPA, and the Border Management Authority are really critical as well. The next slide really just shows you what our Environmental Enforcement Fusion Center is doing. And I think I will talk, sorry, I'm having a real problem with this. Okay. Sorry, Chair, let me go on to this one for a moment before I get to the Environmental Enforcement Fusion Center. So where the national strategy on wildlife trafficking comes in is we manage to monitor it through the NatJoint's Priority Committee on Wildlife Trafficking. And we have realized over the years that the forums and those subcommittees, the kind of bubbles around the Priority Committee, is where implementation happens. You need to give the responsibility to some of these forums in order for them to actually implement. And so many of them are under our MinTech Working Group 4, but it's also within the JCPS cluster space. Because what we're doing here is enforcement. I mean, as you know, as environmental affairs, we sit in the economic and international cluster, but our colleagues within SAPS and the NPA sit in the justice cluster. And so we need to work together. And this is where the working together happens. And so you can see at the bottom, there's the National Biodiversity Investigators Forum. That's where the Stock Theft and Endangered Species Unit sit. That is where DPCI sits. That's where our investigators, our EMI investigators sit. And they come together twice a year and they talk about all of these investigations, share information, work on multidisciplinary investigations. We then have what we call the Environmental DPP Working Group. So the advocate to my right here sits on that group from the Western Cape. We have nodal prosecutors from every single province. We again meet twice a year and talk about all things environmental crime. So whether we need to centralize cases around Mr. Baptista, or whether we need to talk about charge sheets or other challenges that we're having in prosecution, we actually sit there and deal with that. And then those nodal prosecutors come back and do what they do within their provinces and with the local role players. You then have up at the top there, the Wildlife Forensic Task Team. I think quite a lot has been said about wildlife forensics, and that is chaired by the brigadier in charge of the Forensic Science Laboratory within SAPS. And some of the work that is happening within SANBI, etc., is discussed at that level under NatJoints and then filters down to the Barcode of Wildlife project, etc. You then have the Integrated Wildlife Zone, and we can maybe talk about that this afternoon, because I think that concept was built around rhinos, where the private sector, because so much of wildlife sits within the private sector, we actually developed 7 zones across the country where the rhino populations are situated to allow government and the private sector to work much closer together. And Dr. Funda from SANPark said to me this morning, maybe a wildlife zone here within the Western Cape might be something to look at, and we can share a little bit more around that. And then, of course, there's the SAMLIT, which is a South African money laundering integrated illegal wildlife task force. The banking sector becomes extremely important. And so we have a specific task force under SAMLIT with the Financial Intelligence Center, where all the banks are, FNB, ABSA, you can imagine all of them. And we sit with regard to very specific investigations and actually work with the banks that are exposed to certain of the accused in certain cases. And then there's the Intelligence Working Group, where we work with crime intelligence, SSA, the targeting center from the BMA, etc., on dealing with that. And really the unit within our department at a national level that then works very closely with the Intelligence Working Group is our analyst unit under the Fusion Center. We have 6 or 7 analysts sitting there dealing with CMOR, doing financial analysis, doing cell phone analysis, doing tracking of vehicle analysis, and they do statements that actually get put into dockets and they go and testify in court. And really that has been a game changer. And that support is to both the EMIs, but it is also to the police. And then we have our digital forensic lab, which is really important. As investigators, when we see, we need to find a way that those can be downloaded and analyzed. Otherwise, we're missing out on a whole lot of evidence and data. That is really just showing you the information flow, as I said, through CMOR into our environmental crime database, which is at a national level and supports all the investigators across the country. And then there's just a picture of our CMOR, just so that you can see what that looks like. And then, yeah, let me just go through a couple of slides. I know I'm running out of time a little bit. I think this slide really just for 30 seconds. The other thing that we do as the national department is we implement the national EMI training program. So before EMIs that do all the compliance and enforcement work within national and provincial departments and provincial conservation, we do basic training, we do specialized training, we have the EMI portal, all our resources sit there, as well as our e-learning platform that we've spent a significant amount of resources on, and there is a significant amount of training that is done through this. I think maybe just to then end off, I think a couple of the challenges, and I'm not going to go into each of these challenges, but over the years, we have developed strategies to address the challenges. So you will see in the table, I've put the challenge and then whether what we're trying to address is in the succulent strategy or whether it's in the wildlife trafficking strategy. So we've come up with actions that need to be done. I suppose the question is, are we getting to all the things we need to do? Funding is an issue. I think we've spoken about it. Capacity within the EMIs, whether it's here in the Western Cape, Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, is a serious challenge. It has not been something, unfortunately, that has been taken as a priority across the whole country. I think the Auditor General has picked that up already and said that if we want to take compliance and enforcement seriously, we need to put our money where our mouth is. We can't keep just putting out legislation and permits and then not doing compliance and enforcement. And that's something we do need to think about. I think the second last slide is really just about the risks in the NISQUIT. So in that national strategy, we have identified those risks and funding is obviously there. We've tried through the Nat Jones Priority Committee to try and mitigate them through certain aspects. And you can maybe just have a read there. And then maybe just to get to my concluding slide, which is we have to, and we know within the South African context that organized crime is a serious issue. So I think in the past, before it became so front and center, for example, through the Maklanga Commission and a whole lot of other things, I think we saw these wildlife aspects as being kind of there on their own, but we can't see it on its own. We have to look at the whole organized crime space within South Africa generally, and then not be surprised that organized crime has found aspects of our environment as a way to make significant amounts of money. And so we have to treat this as organized crime. We have to fight it as organized crime. We have to ensure the implementation of NISQUIT. I know Cabinet is looking at it, but I think even down here at a provincial level, we have to say, What are you, Cape Nature, doing? What are you, department, doing? What are you, Sandparks, doing to actually implement NSQIT? And are you doing what you need to do? Strengthening and enhancing our investigative and prosecution capacity. I quickly went in, and we could talk about it maybe after lunch, to look at what is the capacity within the Western Cape, both from the stock theft unit as well as from Cape Nature's side, because through the NBIF, we actually did a needs assessment. We said, how many investigators do we need and how many do you have? And I think we can just reflect a little bit on that in this context. We need to give the Environmental Enforcement Fusion Centre a permanent capacity. I think we spoke a little bit earlier about how SANBI is using donor funding to support certain aspects of their work. Some of the work of the Fusion Centre, not all of it, is also assisted through donor funding. It needs to come within government and become entrenched because it has really been a game changer. Cooperation with other countries, I've touched on, and then very importantly, and I suppose that is where the succulent strategy comes in, is enforcement alone cannot address this issue. I think often we sit within certain environments and they say, okay, but you're not doing enough. And we say, we are doing as much as we can within the constraints that we have, but there's all those other objectives and the other things that need to be done at the same time, because that's really where we're going to find success. So Chair, I probably went over my 15 minutes. I apologize for that. But yeah, let me maybe stop there and see if there are any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Craigie. And I think I don't think anybody is upset about you going over time. It was a lot of very, very important information, as well as a number of interventions that you've proposed, and that is going to be a key aspect of the second part of our discussion when we get to formalizing our own resolutions to come out of this. I think maybe to kick it off, just a question from my side in terms of the fourth protocol that you mentioned that's being developed. Can you just expand maybe a little bit in terms of that and what the details around that fourth protocol would be in practice? Colleagues, hands, anybody? Okay, we've got Member de Block. So Member de Block, I'll take you because my question was quite short, and then we'll take answers, and then we'll take Member Maria after that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Craigie. Really a lot of respect for the work that you do, and there's a few items that I want to pick up on later, perhaps not now, but in the closed session. Some very interesting things that were said and that we need to talk, I think, more about, Chair. Some of the questions I would like to ask at this point, you talked about the restrictions in terms of the relationships working together with other countries and the fact that certain laws are not applicable in their country and how that hinders collaboration. There was, when South Africa hosted the G20 declaration on crimes that affect the environment, in which at least the G20 countries agreed to respect the laws of source countries in terms of illegal export of wildlife. Is that agreement worth the paper it's written on? Is it actually enforceable? Are people taking that agreement seriously? And can you use that as a way to get around the problems that you highlighted? And perhaps one other question for now on the subject of the Northern Cape and that very interesting map that you showed about where the arrests and interceptions are taking place versus where the plants are coming from. I think it also brings me back to the point made by Cape Nature in the first presentation around the fact that poaching is still very much taking place, but we're not and interceptions of poachers. And I wondered what your reflections on that were. You talked around the need to build capacity in the Northern Cape. Is that within SAPS? Is it within their Cape Nature equivalent? And what is it the endangered species and stock theft unit that needs to be recapacitated after those dismissals that I talked about earlier? What is the capacity that's needed there that would have the biggest advantage? Thank you.
Thanks. Let's take answers on that, and then we'll come to Member Maria afterwards.
Thanks very much. So I think perhaps just to start with the UNTOC and the fourth protocol. So that space was not a space we played in a few years ago. And maybe just to take a couple of steps back. So what happened about 2 years ago is there was a resolution that was passed within that environment to say, let's set up an independent, they called it an independent expert group, to actually look at what we can do to strengthen UNTOC, the Transnational Organized Crime Convention. And so we then had, I think, two meetings in person and a couple of online meetings as experts, so as environmental enforcement, as prosecutors, etc. And we sat there, and those processes are quite difficult. They're very formalistic, and they are often negotiated where we are experts in the field. The diplomats then come in and make life quite difficult in terms of the way. But what came out of those expert working groups and the discussions from the experts was that when UNTOC was brought into effect a couple of years ago, it had 3 protocols under it already. I may not remember all of them, but there's one on person trafficking. There's one, I think, on drug trafficking. I'm looking at the prosecutor. And then there's another one on some other trafficking, but they were brought into effect at the same time as UNTOC. What we were then looking at as experts was to say there is this problem with wildlife trafficking, but also with waste trafficking and with minerals, illegal mining and the movement of minerals. And so those seem to be the 3 biggest ones that seem to at least have some sort of consensus. And what they're saying is that if we can bring in a 4th protocol, it becomes very specific around crimes that affect the environment and maybe those 3 that I mentioned now, where countries will then need to start working together because of this protocol, that it's almost like additional detail under a bigger convention. It will also then encourage exactly what the member was speaking about in terms of that G20 declaration. You could, for example, into that protocol actually say that countries will respect each other's laws and things like that. And because it then gets ratified and those sorts of things, it would then hold more weight. What is quite important is that is the UNTOC is the mechanism where police to police and prosecutors to prosecutors actually engage with each other. So if you have a joint investigation between us and China, it is generally done under UNTOC, not under CITES. It helps that CITES is there and that you have Appendix 1 or 2 species, because then it's an offense in China and it's offense here. Here it's more than 4 years imprisonment, there it's more than 4 years imprisonment. So now you can work with each other. And so that 4th protocol, it's going to be probably years until it might come in, but it is a step in the right direction to at least try and get a resolution through in October. The G20 declaration, that was hard fought. I don't know if anybody here in the room was actually there. I think Vanessa was there with us during those negotiations. I think we nearly didn't have one. I think it's important. Look, we also took a lot of those diplomats to witness a rhino dehorning. So we really made them feel what wildlife trafficking, the impact that it's having here in South Africa. That final document was watered down quite a lot, but at least we got it in place. And I think that if we, for example, have something with another G20 country where maybe some succulents have ended up there, we could talk to their law enforcement and say, hey, but look at the G20, there is but it's like a MOU. It's like it's a bit of a watered down agreement, but it's there and you can say, well, at a certain point in time, you did agree that this is important. I think what has also not helped us is the current year that we're in. We then committed in that declaration to also have follow-up workshops, which we've been a little bit, this year has been a bit tricky. I'm not going to say more than that. But as soon as we get into 2027, we have already talking to our UK counterparts to start having some of those workshops because they take over the G20 presidency. And I think with that, we can really start, kind of unpacking what that declaration really meant. So I think, yeah, that is that one. I think with Northern Cape, Look, we're obviously dealing with vast areas there. I mean, some of you who've driven through the Northern Cape will know. I know we had said maybe Northern Cape should be invited here. I'm not sure that they are here from what I can see. But for example, they've got two EMIs within the Northern Cape Department that actually deals with enforcement related matters in the biodiversity space. There are certain areas like Namakwa where I think they don't have any enforcement people in that area. Stock theft itself has obviously got pockets at certain police stations. The problem there is that you will have stock theft and endangered species members that will carry both stock theft and wildlife dockets. So if there's lots of stock theft cases, the wildlife dockets are not necessarily getting the priority. But I know there is a work study process happening within that environment, and hopefully they can start sorting that out. So there is a problem with capacity, and I think we're going to have to address it there as well if we're going to address what's happening here.
Thanks very much. Member Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to know in terms of the Western Cape. I know you said that in the Western Cape, a lot of confiscation has been done here, which is a good thing. We arresting them here, but the problem emanates in the Northern Cape, and it comes through. I just wanted to understand have you got any stats in terms of your conviction of those arrests? You know, I know that when it comes to serious crimes in South Africa, there's around about 5% conviction rate. And in this space particularly that we're dealing with now, what is the conviction rate? And then would you say there is a case to be made for the return of specialized courts in the Western Cape and particularly the Northern Cape so that there's a bigger turnaround, a shorter space of conviction? We need to deal with it on a quicker basis. You know, if it takes too long, it just gets worse. And then in terms of, I think I made another note. I got so embroiled in your answer. In the one instance, the gentleman was given a 5,000 Rand bail, and I wondered if that is justified. A magistrate will probably allow that, but if we had a specialized court, I think there would be a more serious focus on the impact that that particular crime has on the environment, unlike a magistrate's court that just deals with all sorts of cases. Would you agree with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take the second part first before the convictions, because I think the difficulty with convictions is that we don't necessarily report on it. We are trying to keep a joint database within the Fusion Centre on convictions. I don't have the information at hand, but I can probably provide it afterwards, just to look at all the plant-related cases and perhaps provide a bit of a written submission around that. I think working, or the advocate can even come in terms of, I think, cases here in Western Cape. I think with regard to the issue around the specialized court, so in South Africa, we do have a specialized court, and that is the one in Skukuza. So if people ask, well, does it work? I think in Skukuza, it works really well. You've obviously got your rangers there, you've got the police there. I mean, a lot of the crimes are happening in a very, well, let's not say a small space, but within the Kruger Park. And so what they've done at that court is they obviously on certain days of the week, they say on Thursday or Friday, only rhino cases. And so that has allowed for other cases to be heard on other days of the week, but for a specialized prosecutor and the magistrate to become more specialized. And it has worked really well. I mean, you'll see prison sentences coming out almost on every case within Skukuza. A couple of years ago, I'm probably showing my age, probably more than a couple of years ago, we actually sat down with the Justice Department because remember there was the Hermanus Court here around Abalone many years ago. And we sat down with the Justice Department to start talking about environmental courts. And at that point, and that was probably about 2014 or so, the feeling from their side was that we didn't have enough cases. They want to see volume in order to justify either a court or specific days in a certain court. So they tend to prefer that if you have a particular court, say Table Bay, for example, for Abalone, you would then say on a Monday or on a Thursday only. So that is the preference from the Justice Department to, you don't have a separate court completely, but within a court you have time set aside for those cases. But they want to see the volume. And then there's obviously the issue around over which geographic area are you going to bring the cases together? So within the Northern Cape, it becomes a little bit difficult, but perhaps there's a certain court within the Namakwa area or those places where you could set that time aside. Perhaps here, and I think I'll rely on the Western Cape colleagues to say, well, if you are picking up that volume of cases within a certain jurisdiction of a certain court, maybe you then bring the others together. Because, for example, in KZN around Hlahluwe and Filosi Park, they have started, we're doing a bit of a process there to say, do we do a similar Skukuza type model? And if we do that, do we do it in Matuba court and then try and bring other courts' cases together in that one court? So I think we can start looking at it, but you need to be able to show the volume. And maybe what you need to start looking at as Western Cape is potentially not just succulents, but all wildlife cases, all environmental cases, all fisheries cases, so that your volume of cases, but then which court do you pick and which geographic area do you pick? So I'm sure Anne will probably talk a little bit more about that, but those are the things that we have spoken with them about.
Thanks. And then member Masipa, the last question.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, oh, yes, of course, advocate. Yes, go for it.
Thank you. If I may come to the director's assistance. As far as the conviction rate is concerned, that is what we monitor, and I can assure you it's 100% conviction rate. So I get full bragging rights at our meetings because we do have 100%. As far as the courts and the suggestion of specialized courts, I agree completely with the director in that regard, and we do sit on Jeff 7, so we fully understand nationally what's the concerns, and the stats she's referring to is on point. I agree completely with her. As far as that issue of bail is concerned, I will speak further after lunch on this aspect, but I can tell you that this matter in particular is sub judice. So I'm reluctant to speak too much on it, but I can say what has happened already because it's already been through the courts. Yes, he did get bail in Cape Town Court, and I almost fell off my chair. I was so livid that day. It's beyond me. We had a dedicated prosecutor. And I'll leave it there. But what had happened was he was subsequently arrested because he had an outstanding matter in Wynberg. And then again, we had a dedicated prosecutor there, enabled her with the assistance of SAPS, ST, ESU units. Affidavits were drafted and their bail was denied. So I can positively say to you that every effort went into both courts. The Cape Town matter we are dealing with to the point where we want to take that magistrate on review because I sensitized the senior magistrate there on the aspect and bail was granted. Like I said, I was furious, to put it mildly. Some very fanciful words came out of my mouth that day. But we dealt with it. And he is in custody. What we're trying to do with that particular matter is centralize because he's got a lot of cases. And that will be done in the next couple of days. So we make the decision as to where the matter will be tried. I'm inclined to try it in the Wynberg Regional Court, simply because we have, well, in all the courts, we have dedicated prosecutors that we will identify to deal with certain cases. So from that perspective, that's how we are trying to capacitate and be part of the chain that leads to success at the end of the day. I hope that answers you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Member Masipa, you're going to have the last bite. I'm just going to ask if possible if you can try and keep it concise because we are running a bit over time now. But over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just a question of really having a Sunbee and obviously on the objectives. Sunbee indicates that they have got obviously enforcement and compliance, and also as your objective is enforcement and compliance. I just want to get clarity as to where they stop and where you start, and I think just a bit of clarity there. But also, I think the question of Sunbee talking about, establishing a well-managed off-site collection of obviously the plant species. Would that, once established, help you in terms of really making sure you do your work much easier and better? Because I suspect that this is very important for you to be able to execute your work. And maybe if Sunbee can really also, talk about, how far they are in establishing, off-site collection to just really talk to your enforcement of compliance in that regard. Thank you.
Can I just take the input from, I think it's Honorable Managa? Yeah. Thank you. Welcome for joining us as well. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, House Chair. I'm asking this out of interest's sake because I'm coming from rural province where people are depending on these plants that are out there for healing and whatever. So I want to check with the department. Thank you for your presentation. Regarding the illegal trade and poaching of succulent plants and other protected indigenous floras, how effective is the department's ability to detect and also to track these activities in province like our Limpopo, our Eastern Cape, especially where there is limited and there's no dedication of provincial environmental capacity. Limpopo, for example, we don't even have this Department of Environment. So the people down there are dependent on traditional medicines. And some of these medicines are some precious indigenous and these succulent plants that they are using. I'm afraid they're going to be depleted. So how is the department is going to ensure that we don't get them being depleted? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Managa. Over to you, Ms. Craig.
Great, thank you. So I think with regard to the first question, I think when it comes to enforcement and compliance, I think there's 7 objectives in the succulent strategy. So when it comes to the enforcement and compliance, we take the lead in terms of those aspects. But remember, Sunbee also plays a critical role because when the plants get confiscated, they then get handed over. So they have important relationships with the enforcement role players. Sunbee itself also has EMIs, but they are operating, for example, in Kirstenbosch. I know there may be 1 or 2 designated EMIs in Kirstenbosch gardens, and that's more to ensure that the people that are visiting the gardens are complying to the rules and the laws, but they wouldn't necessarily get involved in the investigations of the succulent syndicates, but they would play an important role, as Dr. Franz said, around taking the confiscated plants, looking after them. And also she mentioned the DNA project, and maybe just let me touch on that just for a moment. So that project is a 7-year in the making project to develop this reference library. And where it really helps is obviously we only have a very small pool of botanists that can look at some of those plants and say, yes, that is whatever it is. And so the barcoding allows you to, obviously, as law enforcement, take samples when you do confiscations. That can then be sent through the SAPS forensic laboratory to Sunbee, who has a contract. And what they can then do is do the barcoding and then what they call blast it against this reference library, which will then be able to identify, and they can put in what we call a 212 statement. So generally that person who then identifies it through the laboratory and through that won't need to go to court to testify. And remember, in terms of our legislation, the species is very important because that is the basis for the offence. You need to show that it was that species to show that an offence has been committed. So I think we're very excited. We have the developer of the BOLD reference library, which is the international one that has been brought into this project to help us develop South Africa's reference library. And then what is quite important with that is the specific information. So imagine a whole reference library of all the species here and the barcodes of all those species. We then also share that internationally. So if in the future China will help us with something, they would be able to then get the benefit of understanding what that barcode is. They can identify it over there as well, because we would have shared the results of our reference lab, not the locations, not the sensitive information, but the results of it. So it's quite an exciting project that is really there to strengthen what we're trying to do. I think the offsite collections, I think it'll be an interesting pilot project. I mean, we've always had this conversation in a different space to say, does the legal trade in something help with the illegal, like offsetting the illegal trade, so that there's less illegal trade if you've got legal trade happening? And I think that will be the important thing, that if you do have these offsite collections that can be legally traded with permits, done in a proper way, will that see a decrease in the illegal? We don't know until we do it. So, but it would be good to do it. And then maybe the last question, Honorable Managa, I think, look, within Limpopo, they do have environmental management inspectors within LADET. I think we don't necessarily always pick up the problem with succulents, but definitely the use of other plants. I think the biggest problem in Limpopo is actually firewood. The destruction of protected trees for firewood purposes. But I do think that for the traditional healers and those that utilize those plants, there are permits and there are legal processes. And I think it's very important then to link those people up with the LADET colleagues, those from the environmental department in Limpopo, that could then assist with that. Even in the Eastern Cape, there are environmental management inspectors that sit within the Eastern Cape Department and the Eastern Cape Parks Authority. But maybe I can link you up with those relevant people, because I think it is an important one, and there are legal ways in which people can still use those plants.
Thanks very much. I see the chair of SAMI just wants to make a final input before we move on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to correct, I'm the chair of another institution. I'm the acting DDG of DFFE, and thank you very much. There was a question, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, earlier raised by Member Masipa, Honorable Masipa, on the value, on the economic value, which was deferred to this session. I thought maybe we should do justice quickly on it. Yes, in terms of the economic value of the biodiversity, globally, it's a $5 trillion globally, in terms of bioeconomy globally. But however, when you come to South Africa, biodiversity contribute in extent of 275 billion rand to our economy annually. And this is the message that we decided in 2017-18, that maybe it's about time that we work with Stats SA, so that Stats SA can begin to record on a quarterly basis the contribution of the biodiversity sector to our economy, so that even when Treasury, either at a national or provincial level, allocates budget to the environmental sector, it must not be, a change. It must be a forecast, because it is a contributing factor to the economy. Biodiversity is supporting 418,000 jobs in the country, and majority of those are in far-flung rural area. Now, when you zoom specifically on the succulents is actually a 4.5 to 5 billion US dollar market globally. So you can imagine the pillaging of our resources here in South Africa that are not benefiting any of the communities from which they are extracted from, or even provinces where they are extracted from. It's enormous. And they then exchange all these resources globally, but all in the name of South African resources. And that's why we thought it is important to do what the rooibos industry is doing in this country. Rooibos industry is one of the few industry that is looking at indigenous biological resources in a more different light. They produce close to 18 to 20 something thousand tons of rooibos, and 61% of the rooibos is actually beneficiated here in South Africa, creating between 5 and 9,000 jobs. So that simply means there is an opportunity, and I think that's what I picked from Honorable Masipa. There is an opportunity to tap into what is it that we can do as a country, because we have been feeding either in the rhino horn space, global syndicates. They are rich, they are super rich with our resources. And so now is a succulents. Now I understand we are losing Mopani wood from Limpopo. They go in trucks and they go in containers to Eastern Europe, but also to East Asia at the moment. And the question is, should South Africa sit and really watch all these movies happening, or we should do something to address unemployment, especially for our youth in the country? So it's a conversation, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we really must begin to look at more robustly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matebe, and my apologies for getting your designation wrong. I was given the incorrect information at the beginning, but it's great to have you as acting DDG, and your inputs are very valuable. And I think in terms of the comments that you've made, it certainly is a balancing act, as Ms. Craigie mentioned, between ensuring that we get the most economic bang for our buck for our local people, and at the same time ensuring that we don't over-commodify our wildlife to the point where we create another industry. But it's a heck of a difficult balancing act to get right, as I'm sure Traffic are going to give us some more information on, as I segue gently into the next presentation because of our time constraints. And I just want to welcome Mr. Newton, who is going to be representing Traffic. Traffic is an NGO that works in the space of the illegal trade in various species. And it's great to have them here to provide a non-governmental or non-entity perspective on succulent poaching. And as mentioned, later on, we can get into the more specific details around some of these key vexing issues. So, Mr. Newton, over to you.
Great. Chairperson, honourable members, thank you very much for the invitation. As the chair has already said, I'm David Newton. I'm the Programme Office Director for Traffic. That's the Wildlife Trade Monitoring Network in Southern Africa. Now, I do have a formal presentation, Chair, but I've also been listening very carefully to the discussions, and all sorts of interesting things have come up. And in addition, I think some of my slides have been duplicated. So I'm going to leave out a few of the slides, and I'm going to rather refer to my notes every now and then when I come to the right place, and I'll talk in more detail about specific points. So today I wanted to really do three things. Explain why succulent plant poaching has become a crisis. I think others have already done that for me, so I'm not going to spend much time on that. Talk about why no single agency can solve it alone. That's also been partially done, but I'll talk about that a little further. And then set out some practical steps the committee can take. And so my information is really based on Traffic's research that we've done over more than 3 decades. That's from our first national assessment of the succulent plant trade in 1995, all the way through to the socio-economic fieldwork that we completed earlier this year in the Northern Cape. And before I go on, I'd just like to say that in terms of the National Succulent Plant Strategy, everything that we have done has been an attempt to contribute to the implementation of that strategy. And because there is no standard source of funding around that, we have managed to pull together funding from various sources. So, for instance, all the trade dynamics research that we conducted about 2 years ago came from DEFRA, that's the Illegal Wildlife Trade Fund. The mentorship work that we did along with the department several years ago with officers in the Northern Cape and the Western Cape, that came from the US Drug Administration, INL. And then very recently, through Mr. Matiba's good officers at the department, we managed to access GEF6 funding to conduct the community socio-economic survey work. So, as I say, these are all gradually contributing to what we are trying to do on the strategy. So I'm going to go straight to this slide here. So I think our work started more than, so this is not a new problem. And I'd like the committee to see the trajectory. We started this work on succulents in 1995, when we warned of exports then to about 31 countries and the fragmented laws that happened. It was interesting at the time, very little happened after that report. Things sort of simmered along. But then suddenly in 2019, organised harvesting surged, and that seemed to be associated mainly by the COVID lockdown. And in that period, I think it turned from rather informal, where traders that were used to coming to the country to get their own stocks could now no longer enter the country, and so they organised that locals collect for them. But then it very quickly became organised collection, and that's when the seizures peaked, near that 349,000 that we've heard about already. But by 2024, the full scale was clear. And this year, our Green Diamond study, so this is the name we gave to our socio-economic report, has mapped those socio-economic drivers. And so the lesson really is the warnings have been there for over 30 years, and we cannot continue to ignore them. So we've seen that, I think, already. Right slide. Struggling to get the right slide. Seen that? Okay, so I apologize, Chair. So how does this trade work? So it's a local crime that has a global market, and it runs in various tiers, as we've heard. At the base are the local harvesters, very often unemployed residents, sometimes even scholars at school, as our socioeconomic workers show. And they are paid a fraction of the value of those plants to dig them out by hand. Couriers and collators then move and store these plants, and exports and syndicates conceal them in parcels and move them through porous borders. Now, we've heard those porous borders can be into Mozambique, they can be into Zimbabwe, they can go all the way through to Tanzania. And these aren't, of course, the only wildlife products moving through those borders. I think we've also seen similar movements with the abalone industry, where it moves into neighboring countries, where it can then be shipped with impunity to final destinations. So at the top, the international buyers, we've heard of China, South Korea, Japan, Europe, and others, and they drive the demand and pay the highest prices. But this has evolved over the years, and I'd just like to say as well that when we did our studies in 1995, the main drivers of the market were the Japanese, and they would have these enormous paper catalogues with South African succulent plants in them of all sorts of descriptions. The evolution of the trade to China, in our understanding, has been a lot more recent and quite often associated, well, in this case with conophytums, with the publication of an English language book on conophytums. It was translated into Chinese, and that led to a huge surge for these succulent plants, for conophytums in particular. And so this market continues to evolve, and with China being the latest iteration of consumers. Now, as I've said already, these are the same trade routes that also carry rhino horn, abalone, and ivory. This is organized wildlife crime. And enforcement alone will not fix this, because the routes are socioeconomic. In our field work that we conducted late last year, and which we presented earlier this year, 61% of residents named unemployment as the main driver, and over 80% of those households rely on at least one social grant. Now, there are various numbers around what people earn for plants, but it can range from 10 Rand to 150 Rand a plant. Some harvesters report making 10,000 Rand over a 5-day collecting trip. So this is good income for that area, but we must be clear that the couriers and overseas buyers take much larger profits. The lockdowns turned an informal activity into this organized enterprise. Now, the money is short-lived. I think we must emphasize this. Communities call it vloekgeld, or cursed money. So it eases hardship for a few weeks, but builds nothing lasting. So if we want to cut this illegal trade, we have to offer people a transformative or a sustainable alternative. And the uncomfortable part of this is that the deterrent is not working. I think this morning we've heard some issues, reports on prosecutions and arrests. So over 5 years, and this is the report that we published in 23, plants worth around 47 million were seized across 90 cases, yet fines were typically low, 3,000 to 10,000, although you might add maybe not low for Namaqualand, given the socioeconomic situation. And prison terms were often suspended. Only 8.8% of residents that we interviewed rate enforcement as effective. So why does the reward outweigh the risk? Well, I think we can see that laws differ from province to province. So species protected here is unprotected the moment it crosses a boundary. And this can be an international boundary. The Northern Cape is the largest and least resourced province, and frontline teams lack staff, as we've heard, vehicles, fuel, and plant-specific training. And we've also heard that confiscated plants overwhelm our holding facilities. So as long as penalties are trivial, the trade treats them as a cost of doing business. Right. So this is fundamentally a coordination problem, a fragmented response to an organized crime. So you have, on the left-hand side, you have where mandates collide, provincial, national, and international permit regimes. Agencies can act without a shared command. And on the right-hand block, gaps remain. Species lose protection across boundaries, capacity constraints, and corruption allegations in the Northern Cape leave the Western Cape carrying much of the response. Porous borders with very few surveillance tools let export slip through. So the plant traders simply exploit these gaps between our agencies and in the country, and closing them, I think, is where this committee can add the most value. So I think that we can see that coordination already does deliver results. And so it's not wishful thinking. This isn't a case that's been mentioned so far, it dates back a bit, the Bang Sue Kim case, where 60,000 endemic conophytums were recovered and secured a 2.5 million rand fine. But interestingly, the person ended up in a US prison because this was coordination with the US Fish and Wildlife Service and South Africa and through the CITES process. So interagency and international collaboration can help. Courts have handed down 7 and 10-year direct imprisonment terms, and a 15-year sentence has been achieved in the Northern Cape for smuggling rare succulents. The entire conophytum genus, as we've already heard, plus an additional 17 other species that are thought to be under threat. So we're talking about multiple genera here, are now CITES listed, thus strengthening cross-border enforcement. Appendix 3, though, is a problem, as we've heard, because it doesn't always attract the enforcement capabilities of unions such as the European Union, where it's only Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 species that end up on their Annex 5. So when agencies work together and cases are properly prosecuted, the system works. The task is to make this the rule and not the exception. So I think we need a coordinated response on these 5 fronts. The first one is unified enforcement and intelligence. So we're talking here about a multi-agency task team, and this could be part of the NISQUIT process that we've heard about today, supported by technology and centralized case tracking. Number 2, a justice chain that deters, dedicated prosecutors and judicial awareness, so arrests convert into firm sentences. We've also heard that already about environmental crime courts, amongst other things. Number 3, demand reduction and cross-border action. So when I talk about demand reduction, this is something that would have to happen in demand-driven countries. So we need to work with our international colleagues to see what can be done to reduce the demand for these the very precious plants. Difficult task in many cases. And we've tried this over the years on rhino horn in Vietnam with some positive effects. But of course, this is a trade that's also driven by entrepreneurs. And as soon as their demand starts to reduce on one side, they simply find another market. So these are difficult solutions. Number 4, legal sustainable livelihoods. So simplified permits. I think there's been some very useful work done by the Institute for Security Studies, looking at the permitting system and how complicated it is. And it's there for a good reason. But of course, for people who may want to make an honest livelihood out of this, it becomes a problem. So are there solutions there that we need to look into? Number 5, and possibly the most important one, is community stewardship and education. Rebuilding trust between communities, enforcement agencies, and conservation bodies. And these actions all reinforce one another, but no single one is enough. Now, coming on to the work that we did on the green diamond work, this was part of this involved conducting an assessment of the Richtersveld Desert Botanic Gardens in the Richtersveld National Park. I think we could say that to some extent, enforcement cuts demand, but livelihoods can help cut supply. The most promising work is possibly going to be community-led. And we could call this a flagship, is the Richtersveld Desert Botanic Garden. This is South Africa's first contractual park, a partnership between Sandby, Sandparks and the local community. It's run, or people employed there are from the Nama residents, from Kubus, Sandrif, Lekkersing, Extienfontein. And since 2024, the nursery in this park has taken in more than 200,000 confiscated succulents. But at the moment, although the park offers or provides a home for confiscated plants and jobs and building horticultural skills amongst those people, the sale of plants that are in that garden is not legal or logistically possible. Strict permitting regulations govern the movement and sale of indigenous plant material. So without the required legal base, partnerships, or administrative capability, the garden is not able to implement plant sales. We're not suggesting they do, but I think it's an idea that is bandied around. Why not set up nurseries? And this seems to be one option where one can examine this. So similarly, our socioeconomic work has recorded a set of livelihood ideas for source communities. So number one, felt rehabilitation, which is already going on in the Northern Cape. That also creates jobs currently. Establishment of olive groves in Concordia, run with local community property associations. And I think the CPAs are in many ways at the forefront of trying to counter the illegal succulent plant trade in the Northern Cape. But they face significant problems in providing viable businesses and employment. Youth upskilling, very important in the Northern Cape and the Western Cape. This has been done, as far as we can see, with Hope Connect, and they're working with 50 young people on this issue. Just to say that while we were moving around the Northern Cape province, I happened to be able to meet up with some of the school principals, and it became very clear to me that that of the pupils that matriculate from some of these schools, very few of them end up in formal occupations. And so many of the pupils end up living on their wits afterwards, and some of those people then get involved in the succulent plant trade. But it's out of necessity, I think, in many instances. So, moving on with some of these other activities, there are other employment opportunities in the growing of saffron or small-scale fisheries. Some of these are very controversial, I understand, but and we understand the trade dynamics in a lot of these. But if we want to close this tap on plant poaching, then this is where investment can potentially turn conservation into local opportunity. So how can this committee make a difference? I think it's been mentioned before, there are 5 concrete steps. It's first to support the implementation of the National Response Strategy, an action plan for the illegal trade in South African succulents. I think, as you can see from our work, we managed to pull together funding from various sources, as do other NGOs in this room. But I think it should not be as piecemeal as that. It really needs to be implemented consistently and with secured funding. Secondly, elevating succulent plants as a priority resource under South Africa's NISQUID. That's been mentioned extensively into this room, and it's encouraging to see the progress that is being made. But again, as for the implementation of the National Response Strategy, this needs to be done seamlessly. And to ensure that crimes involving these are a priority for enforcement agencies in a coordinated manner. Third, resource the justice train. Back dedicated prosecutors and judicial awareness, so cases end in sentences that actually do deter. Fourth, harmonise and modernise permit law to close cross-boundary loopholes and unlock legal cultivation. And then finally, invest in the macroland livelihoods to cut the illegal trade off at its source. Each is achievable within this province's mandate. So let me close. Succulent poaching is not simply a conservation issue, it's a socio-ecological one, tying together biodiversity, rural poverty, and organised crime. The Western Cape Provincial Parliament is uniquely placed to lead a coordinated response that protects this area's green diamonds and the communities who live amongst them. The evidence we have, the tools exist, and we have proof they work. What is needed now is the political will to align our agencies and sustain the effort, with the emphasis on the latter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newton. If you'd like to take your seat and we can do a little bit of Q&A. I know we are pushing time a little bit. Let me just quickly see. So we were scheduled for lunch about 15 minutes ago. We do have quite a bit of time after lunch, though, to wrap up. So we might not need that full 2 hours anyway. So let's just open up for questions from members to Mr. Newton. Are you joined by any colleagues from traffic with you today? Or is it just you representing? Okay, great. I saw Member Masipa's hand shoot up straight away. Anybody else? Going once, going... Yes, advocate.
Sitting right at the end and you're not seeing me, Chair.
No problem. I'm just opening up for members. Yes, of course.
Yes, thank you. I just have one correction for the stats presented. Thank you for bringing the Byung-Soo Kim matter to light. I actually was the prosecutor in the matter. And I can tell you that the amount was not 2.5 million. It was actually 5 million that we seized. So just a correction on this slide. We always take the wins when we can get them, and that's an increase. So please rectify. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you. Very, very important to have corrections. All right, Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, you highlighted the fact that the fines are very small. But in your recommendation, I don't see any, recommendation with regards to this in particular. Is there any reason why you have left it out, that it needs to be looked at? But the other part is that, this 3,000 to 10,000 fines, you did not explain where they come from. Why are they so small fines for such crime? I mean, costing us 47 million. Thank you.
Thanks. I think before I hand back to you, Mr. Newton, just a question from my side, something that hasn't come up today, and maybe it'll come up after lunch, but the role of social media in identifying plants, and also these apps where people go and take a picture. It was mentioned briefly, I think, in terms of, I can't remember the name of the app. Somebody mentioned it. Yes, that's it, iNaturalist. But I think there's other apps as well where you take a picture and it gives you a location, etc. How much is that a part of this as a modus operandi? And are there any sort of best practice models that we can follow internationally that replicate similar modus operandi? Over to you. Thanks.
Honourable Member, thank you for that question. Where do the fines come from? Well, they come from court cases. And as far as we can assess, it occurs in cases where perhaps there is not adequate knowledge on the seriousness of the crime that's been committed. Of course, there may be other extenuating circumstances where these cases are tried amongst poverty-struck communities, and so maybe there's an element where it goes more gently on people. So I think there are many instances, and I think the prosecutors in the room can probably answer this question better than I can. But why did I not recommend it? Well, we did. I think our big emphasis is on trying to improve the prosecution of these crimes. And I think there are many elements that fall into that, and fines are simply one of those elements that need to be looked at. Certainly, if you look at national statutes, the fine should be there, but very often you're working with outdated provincial statutes whose fines haven't been adjusted for many years. And so that may be another reason. So I think, yes, guilty of not mentioning it specifically, but I think in our study into the dynamics of the industry, we record a number of issues that need to be addressed simultaneously, and this is but one of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Any comments on the social media stuff and the apps, or is that still more rhetorical point?
Chair, yes, an interesting question, and I'm in our socioeconomic work. I'm not aware that we specifically looked at social media in that community. Apart from the fact that when you go from school to school in the Northern Cape, of course, all the pupils do have phones and are on social media. And so I think it's a primary means of communication amongst the youth, at least, and of course amongst many other people. But its link with crime, I don't want to get involved in supposition here, but you know, I think in many other instances, social media is used to encourage illegal trade, and there are closed social media groups that are there to participate in that sort of trade. And so I think, generally speaking, I think we could say that social media is an issue, especially when it comes to the large-scale trading platforms that occur in our own country, in South Africa, and internationally. And a lot of these platforms do trade South African succulent plants in large numbers. And as part of that DEFRA project that I mentioned, we did work with a number of those platforms and developed standard operating procedures for them to follow when they saw that plants were being advertised on their sites. And in this way, to try and get them to do some self-policing to make sure that plants were being traded with the correct permits. And if they weren't, then they would be disbarred from that platform. So, yes, I think that this is an enormous industry that is, I think, helped on in many ways by social media and trading platforms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newton. Are there any other questions or points before we break for lunch? As mentioned, we will have space to cover a lot of things after lunch. If not, I just would need to briefly read a resolution in for the members of the committee to agree to, so that we can take the next session confidentially. I'm just going to ask Mr. Kutsia to bring it up for me quickly. Otherwise, I might have it. All right. So, members of the Provincial Standing Committee, if you can just agree to, the committee resolves in terms of Standing Rule 72 that the general discussion to proceed in camera, having regard to the sensitive nature of certain issues that may be raised during the deliberations. Can I have a proposer and a seconder for that?
Chair, I move to propose that we adopt.
Do we have a seconder? Okay, I note Member Van Beek. Thank you very much. All right. Just to confirm, for the next session after lunch, we won't have any media present, and if we can just also please request that we keep sort of Chatham House rules which means we can have deliberations, but we're not going to talk about who said what, and we're not going to talk about specific details around criminal cases or anything that could lead to further issues down the line. But we'll discuss that when we reconvene after lunch. Thank you.
to take over from agriculture in terms of doing lots of business. Endangered Wildlife Trust, thank you very much. Where they? Dr. Brewer. And Conservation SA. Thank you very much, all the way from Northern Cape. Can we give a round of applause, really, to make a huge contribution? Really, thank you very much for coming. Johan and your team, WCPP, can you really please stand up so that, you know, we can really give you a round of applause, all of you. Johan, you don't have to stand up, you can put your hands up. But WCPP, thank you really, very much. Really, thank you. To my colleagues from WCPP, Western Cape Provincial Parliament, really thank you for your contribution. And colleagues from the National Assembly, you know, I used to be in the National Assembly, myself and Honorable Bryant. We enjoyed it. And thank you really very much, Andrew, for sitting this meeting. Dr. Managa is gone, but really thank you very much for coming. Thank you. With that said, over to you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Just before we close, the name tags that we've got, we've asked for recycling purposes to be environmentally conscious. If you can just leave them behind, because we do tend to prefer to recycle them. And mainly budget purposes, actually. But yeah, thanks very much to everybody. That's the voice of reason. But yeah, thanks everyone, and enjoy the rest of your week. And the meeting is adjourned. In part, I just want to ask our members if they can just stay behind just for 5 minutes, just so we can wrap one or two things up. Thank you so much.